Runners then gathering down at the post for this opening contest. We're looking out for the red stable colours here with Asil Al Mokhtar. The two-horse in shot there, that's Denise, who's quite well fancied as well, currently second in on the international betting market at Denise. And Denise at 11-4. Ran nicely when runner-up over this track and trip back in October. Hasn't run since, but has a much better draw here today, berthed in at stall number 3, which is likely to help. And then we're looking at the likes of Moa Tazia, who is horse number 8 on the card, just chinned here when third over 1,400 metres 3 weeks ago, and is probably going to be a likely pace setter again, although stall 15 in that regard hasn't been a great help, I think it's fair to say, as they continue to circle down at the start. The loading up process will begin shortly for this opening race of the day. The 17 horse there, that's Toshe, with Tharmal Timyat, and just at the moment being assisted in the middle of that circle. That's what they do when the horses arrive down at the start. Those who are needing any last-minute adjustments, they're taken into the centre of the parading runners. So they continue to circle. There's Denise just going through shot, being followed round by the 13 Salara. Now Al Mudiani taking the ride on that one. There's Methil Al Nassim with Muafa Al Rakiri on board. And the 3 Gala Fatima with Eddie Castro taking the ride. Good to see Eddie across once again for another Riyadh season. So the loading up process about to get underway. Favourite Asil Al Mokhtar, possibly not the biggest. Ricardo Souza Ferreira taking the ride. Ricardo's been in really good form here, actually, over the last few weeks, and likely to again rank highly, I'd say, here today. Can he get the day off to a winning start here with Asil Al Mokhtar, who'll be coming out of stall number 4, as you can see, the starting point close to the entrance to the back straight. And they are now heading behind for this opening contest. The 11 just about to slot forward, that's Rahama. Khalid Al-Mamoni taking the ride. Number 10, Neabir, with Alexis Marino on board. Stall 17 for that one, though, drawn very wide. Looking to make it third time lucky, but hasn't shown a great deal so far. Continuing to load up. Toat Najid heads into the starting stalls. Stall 8 for that one. Mohamed Aldaham on board. Here's the jolly. This is Asil Al Mokhtar. Ricardo Ferreira about to take up a position in stall 4. As I say, isn't the biggest in this lineup by any means, but heads on in now. And we're down to the final 2 or 3 to load up. Jalilat Al-Zaman will be one of the last to head in for this locally bred fillies maiden contest. And we're just about ready. Lined up then at the 1,200 metre start. Pretty long hold. Ready now, and off they go. Racing away, and one of the first to show to an advantage, Jalilat Al-Zaman in the green-coloured jacket up towards the outside. Runs in company with Toat Najid in the early stages. And as they settle themselves down, Toshe is another prominent, and Asil Al Mokhtar, the red colours over to the inside. Gala Fatima in the light blue is out a little bit wider with Moa Tazir as they're making the journey back towards the straight. And Asil Al Mokhtar now just about shading it from Jalilat Al Zaman, who races in second. A length and a half back in third is Tartohat Najid, and they're a few lengths away now from Toshe, who swings the corner back in fourth, just in front of Gala Fatima. And then Moa Tazir up towards the outside, and the others headed off by Solara. They're into the home straight at less than 2 furlongs to run. Asil Al Mokhtar, Ricardo Souza Ferreira now shakes the reins, and going on by is Jalilat Al Zaman. Jalilat Al Zaman hits the front from Asil Al Mokhtar, who's now forced to switch, with back in third and trying hard to keep with them. Tartohat Najid might well challenge for second, but it is Jalilat Al Zaman and the hand of Nath Al-Anaz who has the lead here, and Jalilat Al Zaman in command, beating Asil Al Mokhtar, who's through for second. Tartohat Najid back in third, and they were followed home by Nawarat Rumar, who put in some fair late progress down the outside to grab the fourth. Yeah, Jalilat Al Zaman and Nath Al-Anazi has gone on to win the opener pretty easily as well for trainer Mesh Al Shraim, owner Fard Ben Bada bin Shraim. And Jalilat Al Zaman is off the mark at the fifth time of asking and wins in a time of 1 minute 16.25 seconds from Asil Al Mokhtar, who she's beaten by 3 lengths in the end. Tartohat Najid was back in third and ran a nice race, and best of the remainder in fourth was Nawarat Rumar. But an easy winner of the first, Jalilat Al Zaman, in the hands of Nath Al-Anazi.
حبيبي الله يبارك فيك حبيبي.
Runners are now making their way on down for our second race. It's for locally bred fillies who've won up to one race in their careers so far. And as they make their way on down, the non-runners this time are numbers 20, 19, 20, 21 and 22. So the four reserves, basically. So we have 18 of them. And on the international betting market, Jcsa is the 2-1 favourite with second in Nidelp at 4-1 and Fayal Mokhtar at 5s. Jcsa at 9-2, just in front of Fayal Mokhtar in the betting now. 17-2, Killer Kamal and Smit Kana, with Nwakel at 11-1, the same price as Blindsey, 18-1 and upwards the other runners. Making their way on down to the 1200-metre starting point. And the market headed here by Jcsa, who is stepping back down in grade today. Finished at last of 7 in a cup race here back in November. But down in trip, down in grade, and off a mark of 74, actually has the highest rating of any of the runners in this lineup, and by some way as well. So should take a bit of beating, one would imagine here. It is one of those in the race who has actually got a win next to her name as well. So Jcsa from stall 2 as well. There's an awful lot of pluses and likely to run well. There's the 13, that's Malak Al Hosn. With Ayad Al Tarisi taking the ride, another who's fairly well berthed here in stall number 6. Malak Al Hosn was one who's a long-standing maiden. Probably going to come up a little bit short at this level. There's the 5, that's Jayatkum. Mohammed Al Habib taking the ride, drawn in 13. Actually one of the stronger contenders, I'd say, in this, and currently in at 9-2 on the international betting market. Jayatkum, who was a winner when last seen in March. That's probably the main sort of worry with this one, is the lack of race fitness. But aside from that, I think her profile is very compelling indeed. There's the 16 just taken into the middle of the circle. That's Smit Kana, Mohammed Al Hubail taking the ride. 0 from 11 so far. And they're in the green and white colours. That's Eshar. And this one in shot here, the 15 Naulu, with Abdullah Al Kredis taking the ride. 0 from 1 so far and was well down the field on that debut last time. So they very shortly will be heading behind. Post time here locally is at 3:40, so we're now just 2 minutes away. And a reminder once again, the going is officially described as fast on the dirt track today. Jcsa. We'll get a little look ahead to this one. Horse number 1. One of the greys. They're in shot just near the ambulance there, number 1, Jcsa. Mohammed Aldaham taking the ride, and was a winner a couple of outings ago. Almost white grey, this Jcsa. Now, one of them down there without the jockey on at the moment, and that's Anwar Kell, who might just be getting loaded up without the jockey, but we shall see. And Wakel, their number 7, right in the middle of the pack as they continue to load the stalls. Jcsa down there. This will represent an easier assignment than what has been the case in recent times. Still a few left to head forward, and Wakel just a little bit jig-joggy down at the start. Out of line as well is Jawahar Al-Hafij. Fawaz Al-Shamari taking the ride on this one. The yellow-coloured jacket. Another 2 head forward still, Taraf Al-Riyadh. Also Jcsa, the grey. And heading forward now into stall 2 for the Al-Sali Abdullah stable. And Mohammed Aldaham on board. Jayatkum just facing the wrong way at the moment. He is out of line. almost set to go then here. Looks like Killer Kamal into stall number 5 will be one of the last. Killer Kamal and also Jcsa. They will be the final two. So Jcsa heading up now to stall 13. And the last two head forward will be Killer Kamal. With the aid of the blind, heading forward into stall number 5. We're just about ready. Lined up. And for race 2 at Riyadh, they're off and running. And Ezel Girdan has to be rousted along through the early stages here to take a prominent sit. But Fayal Moghtara in the red colours just about holds the lead, with Eshar for company on the outside, and so too Al Zaidi, with just up in behind them on leaving the back straight Ezel Girdan. And that one has Binsi for company. And also as they make the left-handed turn, Jawaka Al-Khafij, and wider out on the track is Taraf Al-Riyadh as they're galloping back towards the entrance for the straight. Nidelp is running next, is racing on ahead as they make the turn of Zil Al-Dahab, but as they race on now back towards the entrance for the straight, and it is Al-Zaidi and Muhammad Al-Nassar who's gone to the front with ease here, and galloping on strongly with about 300 metres still to run, now shaken up to try and seal the deal, with running on a little bit now down the outside, Jawahar Al-Khafij to move into second place in the yellow-coloured jacket. Now Ezel Girdan is picking up, and so too Nidelp down the outside, and the greys quickly swoop here. Nidelp and Ezel Girdan go on together. Nidelp with a nose in front from Ezel Girdan. Nidelp, Ezel Girdan, Nidelp, Ezel Girdan. They're the 1-2, followed home in third by Jawahar Al-Khafij. Yeah, good finish between the two greys in the end, as they've fought out a really close finish. Nidelp down the near side, just getting there. Wouldn't mind seeing a head-on. Ezel Girdan maybe just carried across to the far running rails in the closing stages by the winner. But always looked to be holding on, and in a time of 1 minute 16.25 has scored in a driving finish. Jawahar Al-Khafij back in third, a further few lengths behind. Nidelp the winner then, beating Ezel Girdan officially by a head. Here's a slow motion replay of the head-on in the closing stages. And the two of them, as I say, pulling nicely away from Jawahar Al-Khafij in the yellow-coloured jacket, and Al-Zaidi just unable to finish it off. Made a small break for it, but has got tired in the closing stages and has finished rather tamely. Jawahar Al-Khafij confirmed in third, and up for fourth was Fay Al-Moghtara, but a good battle there between two of the greys, and it's Nidelp who prevails by a narrow margin. Welcome back. Runners are making their way to post for our third race of the day. This is for horses who have won up to 2 races in their careers so far. And we can bring you up together with the non-runners here. Take out numbers 10, 20, 21 and 22. 10, 20, 21 and 22, they don't go, which now leaves us as they make their way on down to the start with the 18 runners. And the Red Stable look to have a pretty strong hand here. They've got 3, Antonin Dvorak, Riyadh Angel and Harjes, and it's the latter named pairing who are of those most prominent on the international betting market, with Riyadh Angel at 9-4 and Harjes at 7-2, Varden at 4-1, Twark at 9-2, with Suhail at 7-1 and Bougie Philly at 9s, Antonin Dvorak at 14-1, with Almoases at 18-1, the same price as Secret Bid and Fashhan, and also Dabiran and Not Even Close, and 22-1 and upwards the other runners. So Riyadh Angel was a winner back in October of last year over 1,400 metres and won again at Taif back in August. Ran nicely in a handicap a couple of weeks ago, and a repeat of that sort of effort should see Riyadh Angel run quite a big race here. Also the mount of Champadel Al Faradi, and Riyadh Angel, who's 2 from 9 in her career so far. Not too badly berthed either in stall number 9. We'll get a closer look at her down at the start. There's the 2 in shot. That's Antonin Dvorak, who carries the first set of the Red Stable's famous silks, those of owner Prince Faisal. And there in shot is number 14, Bougie Philly, with Abdullah Al-Credis taking the ride. Stall 10 for that one, as they are making their way on down to the start. Bougie Philly, who's 1 from 17 in her career so far. There's Varden, who's the mount of Farhad Al Faradi, 2 from 25 in his career so far, Varden. And they're in shot King of Angels, the mount of Tharbal Timyat, who rode a winner here back last weekend. He takes off a kilo, 1 from 10 so far, but has been pretty much out of form, I think it's fair to say, in recent times. Needs to take a bit of a step forward. Bit of a leap of faith as well to support as they continue to head to post. There is Not Even Close, Louis Morales, and as they arrive down at the start, Varden just being checked over in the middle of that circle once again. Let's take a check on some of the colours here. Obviously, as I say, the Red Stable have got 3. There's the 4 going through shot there at the back, and behind it the 19 as well. So white cap for 4 and yellow cap for 19. It will be the red cap for Antonin Dvorak, who is number 2. They tend to always stick with the higher the higher number horse, the closest to the first set of colours they will carry, regardless of sort of chance expectancy as well. So even if Harjes was the most fancied here, and is one of them in fairness, but as we can see carries the yellow cap there. So effectively the third set, Ricardo Souza Ferreira is on board. Circling then at the start for this latest race, there's the 3 going through shot. That's Commanding Prince. Commanding Prince followed round by Bougie Philly. They're both representing the same owner as well. And again, Bougie Philly this time will carry the white cap, the second set of owner Rafael Sadat Al Goraban silks. So they are shortly going to be heading in with about half a minute or so to post time here, racing over 1,200 metres once again. There's the 18 As It Was, who is one of the fillies in the race, a mare actually, she's 5. The mount of Abdulaziz Al Musa. And they are continuing to circle down at the start. Riyadh Angel pretty strong then up at the head of the international betting market. And what about Harjes, who's second in here at 7-2? Harjes, who is a reserve who's got in here and pretty unexposed sort. Second of 19 in a 0 to 80 handicap here last month. Likely to be well suited by the drop-in trip and can certainly go well as they head into the starting stalls. And we'll be taking the draw of the non-runner as well, I Maximus, which will be no bad thing because it was stall number 2. So right over towards the inside here for Harjes, which is likely to prove a positive. Out of line as well here is the 8 Fajhan, Muhammad Aldaham, in those familiar white and green colours of owner Sheikh Abdullah Hamoud Al Malik Al Sabah. We see those colours worldwide, and there aren't too many more. 3 or 4 left out the back, including Riyadh Angel, who's due to head forward into stall number 9. Also heading forward is Not Even Close, and the last in will be Suhail, Naif Al-Anazi, in the saddle looking for his second winner of the day. Lined up then for the winners of 0 to 2, they're off and racing and breaking out pretty well. Fajhan over towards the inside will possibly have the overall lead through the first furlong, with close up as well. Suhail up towards the outside in the checks and racing in between them as they settle themselves down and leave the back straight behind them. And on the run back towards the home straight, Golden Solo. They are the leading wave of 3. They're followed out a bit wider by King of Angels in the orange colours. Harjes, the yellow cap, is hunting them up, is racing on in front at this point of Riyadh Angel and also Bougie Philly, with over towards the inside Tardid as they're making the run back towards the entrance to the home straight. Twark is following those, and then comes Not Even Close, and in behind that one as they race on into the home straight as it was. They're homeward bound and with ease here, taking it up, and rather stylishly so. Harjes has bounded on with the minimum of fuss and is going to ultimately run out in a very impressive winner here. Ricardo Souza Ferreira gives a little tap to Harjes behind the saddle, but it's hardly necessary because Harjes has raced away with this and runs up to the line by the best part of 6 or 7 lengths for the victory. Very impressive stuff. Twark was home in second, close for the minors in behind. Tardid was one of those involved, but ultimately that was over a long way out, and Harjes is now 2 from 6 in his career. There looks to be quite a bit of improvement still left in this son of Havana Grey. He's torn them apart here, and under Ricardo Ferreira, eased across the line well clear. Scores in a time of 1 minute 14.2 seconds from Twark, who's home in second place, and Azil Al-Zahani down the outside. It was very close for the minors in behind. 8 1/4 lengths Harjes has won by, and has just proved different gear to that lot. Off a mark of 69 today, that is likely to take a considerable rise following that performance. As it was back in third, and Tardid was home in fourth place. Harjes the winner. Twark was second, as it was third. Tardid in fourth. Will do well to get a more impressive winner than Harjes for the rest of the day. Runners now making their way to post for our fourth race on the card. It's a maiden with an official off time of 4:30 locally, and the non-runners here are numbers 2, 6, 12 and 21. It means that all of the other reserves get in here. 22 Al Garim, 23 Osis and 24 Bayrak. They will all run. Now, we had a bit of an incident on the way down to the start there with one of the runners. It was the 16 horse. That's Riyadh, Fahad Al Faradi. And well done to the outrider there, who's managed to keep a tight hold. They are skilled, aren't they, these guys and girls? And clearly, Riyadh is looking a little bit as if racing is not necessarily on her mind today. She is on debut, but her inexperience clearly telling. And off the back of that performance, her participation today might be in doubt. We shall see. Farhad absolutely fine. The international betting sees Watfar in as the 5-2 favourite, with Asar Kier at 3-1, the same price as Ned Al Ned. Nawi at 4-1, Erbil at 14-1, Gadam at 16-1, Neom Spirit at 18-1 with Al Saham and Mukhtalif and Hadam, and also Riyadh and Rima and 20s Bar. So they are down at the post here, all of the other runners. And as I say, the participation of horse number 16 must be in some sort of doubt here, not currently at the start with the other runners. But they are circling here, and we can touch on one or two of these with Watfar, number 19 on the card, shaping well when running 4th of 13 on debut at Taif back in September. Hasn't run since, but has got Adel Al Faradi taking the ride. There is Farhad Al Faradi now getting in the pickup here on Riyadh, and well, we'll see whether or not Riyadh makes it down to the start, but I think after those antics, yeah, it looks like they're leading Riyadh down. It's probably a good thing, really, because if you think of it, if Riyadh is led back, she's not really going to learn anything today. So it's important for her career that, and for her mentally, that she sort of learns what her job is, what this is all about. She's only 2, so, you know, like all of them here, she's only a baby, but she's here for a reason, and this is the reason. And hopefully, despite what's happened, what will come over the next few minutes will make her engage with her purpose a little more favourably, and overall we'll get a positive outcome as well. She's got the inside draw here, stall 1, so we'll keep an eye on Riyadh. It is leading, though, to a bit of a delay, rather inevitably. Azar Kier looks to hold a strong chance as well. Horse number 1, the Mount of Mohammed Aldaham, 1 from 2 so far is Azar Kier. Sorry, 0 from 1. Ran second on that debut. That was a very promising start, it must be said, at this track, over this distance, just a fortnight ago. And again, didn't do much right that day. There is Asar Kier in shot, but there was still lots to like about the way he finished. And no doubt the Al Masail stable keen to get another run into Asar Kier quickly, and as they begin to load up, see whether or not Asar Kier has indeed come on a bundle for that promising racecourse start. They're loading up, the 15 heading in here. Got the 19 about to head forward as well. Watfar, the red stable runner here, 11-4 on the international betting market. and due to be heading forward into stall 10, so drawn right in the middle. Erbil, horse number 5, heading in, along with the 11. That's Nawi. And we're around about halfway through loading. I still can't see Riyadh with them here. So they continue to head behind. Either way, there was a steward's inquiry into the official outcome of the second race, but it was given the all clear in the end. Ah, there goes Riyadh. Horse number 16 now getting her in the starting stalls is the next step. Yay, there we go, in she goes. Farhad Al Faradi on board. They've done the right thing really with assisting, you know, as long as she was absolutely fine, and so too the jockey. She's not going to learn anything if she just heads back to the paddock, so well done to all involved there. Let's hope she has a good race experience now. Just about ready, she'll be coming out of stall 1. They're lined up at the 1400-metre starting area, and they're sent on their way. They're racing, and Watfar has broken out pretty well in the red-coloured jacket. Will be up there early. Erbil from stall 6, the black and white colours, is prominent. So too is Riyadh over towards the inside. And Al Saham is also well to the fore. This Riyadh probably has the overall lead here, right along the inside. Close up as well, Neon Spirit, who's up around the outer with Reboob as they race now towards the end of the back straight. Gadam in the violet jacket is also handy. There's a wave of about 6 or 7 of them as they turn out of the back straight, and it is Riyadh the leader to Erbil, who's now moved through into second place. Then Akari is now through into third, with up around the outside Nawi, and they're being chased next by Gadam as they're making the run left-handed back towards the entrance to the home straight, and it is Riyadh, the filly who played up beforehand, showing in front on the home turn, but about to be pressed for the lead by Erbil. Still about a half length between them. Riyadh is finding here. Riyadh from Erbil, they're down the home run. They're 3 lengths away from in third Nawi, who's trying hard to get on terms. Then Watfar down the outside, but a good battle here. Erbil in the black and white, just moving on now from Riyadh the far side, who's run really well in the circumstances. Jcsa is staying on strongly down the outside, racing into the final 75 yards, and Jcsa is eating up the ground and is getting up close home from Erbil. Comes on a bundle from that debut run to win going away second time of asking. Good run from Erbil, just got a little bit tired in the end. Watfar was picking up as well, and having played up beforehand, Riyadh has run a race full of promise, just getting a little bit tired in the home straight. Yeah, Jcsa, Mohamed Aldahab have gone on to win off the mark at the second time of asking, and has just really outstayed Erbil there in the latter stages. There'll be plenty more to come, I think, here from Jcsa, because was strong in the finish on that debut run, and today has really built on that and has scored in a time of 1 minute at 29.35 seconds. Wins by 2. Erbil back in second place. Nice run. Engaged in a good battle from a long way out with Riyadh, the eventual fourth. Watfar it is who's come through into third. Riyadh in fourth place. I think will have had a positive race experience following those antics beforehand. But Jcsa makes it second time lucky and has done that in really quite nice style.
مبروك. يلا يا شباب.
Runners now making their way down to the start for our fifth race. This is for the winners of up to 2 races so far. And this time they're racing over 2,000 meters. So one of our longer races of the day. And on the international betting market, Nur Al Medina is the 2-to-1 joint favourite with Vasilikos, with Edge of the Unknown at 4-to-1. 9-2 Swift Victory, and it is 16-1 bar those. So although we have another sizable field here, 17 in total going without number 6, the international betting suggesting that perhaps only a few are worth strongly considering for win purposes. And they include this one here, Nur Al Medina, Camilo Ospina taking the ride, a horse who certainly cost plenty of money, $275,000. But it must be said that in 2 runs to date has shown only a modicum of ability. And we'll definitely learn a little bit more about Nur Al Medina today. But so far, not a great deal has been showed on track. Vasilikos, horse number 9, the mount of Muhammad Al Nassar, definitely looks one who can go quite nicely. Third in a 0-90 handicap over track and trip last month, and in fairness, off the back of that run, that form would probably enable Vasilikos to plenty of respect here, and he should be going quite close as they make their way onto post. There's Vasilikos in shot. A very shiny red cap, and Muhammad Al Nassar on board this son of Dubawi, taking off a kilo. So they're steadily making their way on down to the 2,000-meter starting point. And as I say, the absentee here, horse number 6, so leads us with a field of 17. Starting point right down at the end of the chute, over near the entrance to the back straight. And once again, it looks like we're going to be running just a little bit behind time here. Post time officially 5 o'clock local time, but we're only 2.5 minutes or so away. And a few of the runners still haven't yet got down there. Edge of the Unknown rates an interesting contender as well here. This is horse number 5, goes in the colours of Meshal Mohsen Al Muteri. Ahmed Al Azari taking the ride for trainer Mohammed Alhas, and this one is 1 from 9 so far. Was in pretty good form a couple of outings ago when running second. That was behind the Informel Jabbar T on what was his Saudi debut back in October, but contested a higher quality race last time. Came up short, but back into something a little bit more comfortable today. And from stall 5, Edge of the Unknown could well be one who runs well. So they are down at the start. Just heading in between the stalls there is a Glowing Diamond, the mount of Alexis Marino. Not from 2 so far and has been well beaten in both runs. And going through there is Swift Victory. Ricardo Souza Ferreira looking for a double on the card, but only 1 from 21 so far, Swift Victory, and talented enough to run a big race here if putting his best foot forward, but as I say, not the most impressive of strike rates. So the runners are at the post now, and the stalls being drawn across to corral them in, and very shortly they'll be loading up for this winners of 0-2 races so far. 3 fillies in the race: Al Jude, number 1, Alwa, number 17, and Guanin, number 18. As the runners very shortly will be heading behind. Just in the middle of the circle at the moment, Edge of the Unknown, who we've just touched on, the mount of Ahmed Al Azari. Just a few last-minute tack adjustments being made here with Edge of the Unknown. And the runners now loading the stalls. Noor Al Medina and Vasilikos both at 9-4 on the international betting. And can this Noor Al Medina finally start to repay some of the money that was paid out for him? Going in the colours of King Abdullah bin Abdulaziz's sons. This one trained by Badr Rizaiq, and Emilio Ospina taking the ride. Well drawn here in stall 2, and still one of those two head forward as well. There aren't too many more. So we are now at post time. Final couple. Noor Al Medina, also edge of the unknown, out of line in those very light green sleeves and cap, will be nice and easy to pick up in the run. Another out of line as well, Swift Victory. Maybe Sultan Sense as well. So the final couple about to head into line here. They're right down at the end of that chute. 1.25 miles the journey ahead of them. And it now just looks as though Sultan Sense, who's due to head into stall 17, so away to the left-hand side, will be the last one in. Just about there now. Lined up. And off. Jumping away. Slightly slow beginning there for Noor Al Medina. That one over to the inside, the green cap, but towards the second half of the field early. But pushing forward here is Bin Ferran, is going to be one of the first ones to show. Prominent as well down the outside is Dr. Nicholas, the green sleeves, and they're followed by Al Jude up towards the outside. Then up into fourth place and improving a fraction now is Noor Al Medina, the green cap over along the inner. So they're about to link up with the course proper. Racing deeper out of that one is Glowing Diamond, then follows Edge of the Unknown. Making a beeline over towards the rails. Well back in the field is Bark Naef. That one now just up in behind Sourdough. With out a bit wider on the track is Vasilikos, and working back through the field to find Swift Victory, and also Alwa, who's well back as well. Another one towards the rear end of the field, Bark Al Fahad, and also Guanine, that one right at the tail end of the field, and Creative Time as well with Agdar. And they head now through halfway and on towards the end of the back straight. Al Jude and Ahmed Altayar in the black and gold up around the outside. Through along the inner is Bin Ferran. They are the leading pair from Edge of the Unknown. The improving Sourdough in the light blue colours over towards the inside. Tracked through by Noor Al Medina, who's now coming under a ride. Vasilikos is still moving with purpose, and so too Swift Victory as they're on the home turn. Bin Ferran now dropping away, and up ahead Al Jude now trying to fend off Sourdough, but Sourdough is going strongly. Here around the outside, Vasilikos now with an effort in the blue sleeves, and Swift Victory in the green sleeves and cap is also moving through. They're into the home straight. Vasilikos hanging badly into a fading Al Jude. It's left it between Swift Victory and Sourdough. Swift Victory goes on under Ricardo Souza Ferreira, riding with confidence, and now boots on by 3 to 4 lengths very quickly. Over in second place, Sourdough, and then in third, Vasilikos, who's proved a nightmare to steer down the home straight. This will go, though, to Swift Victory. Double on the card for Ricardo Souza Ferreira. Sourdough is home in second, Vasilikos back in third. Close for the minors in behind. Al Jude over towards the inside of the staying on Creative Time. Easy for Swift Victory in the end, and that's a second Saudi success for Swift Victory, who's run out a pretty ready winner under Ricardo Souza Ferreira. He's riding some winners, isn't he, at the moment, Ricardo? And this one comes home clear of Sourdough, who ran nicely. The winner clocking a time of 2 minutes 10.6 seconds, and has done it clearly in the end. We'll get the official distance through in just a moment or so's time. But Swift Victory 5 lengths ahead of Sourdough in second. Vasilikos back in third. I wonder if Connections will look towards a perhaps more pressing method of headgear, because Vasilikos hung very badly down the home straight. Al Jude in the end hung on for fourth place, but it's a 5-length win for Swift Victory, and in the end that's exactly what it was.
يلا
Runners now making their way on down to the 2,000-metre start for a 0 to 65 handicap. Local bred horses in this, and the absentees, number 4 doesn't go, nor do numbers 22, 23 and 24. So we do have a full field of 20, given that the 21 Al Half Alhamar now gets a run, and we'll be able to run here from the 17 stall, which is where horse number 4 was due to be at the start. We can take a check on the international betting market. Tawi Al Sahil at 15 to 8 is the favourite. Muain is at 7 to 2, 5 to 1 Roya Al Kareem, with Rawajay at 9 to 2 and Motawalia at 15 to 2. 9 to 1 Bint Always, also at 15 to 2 by the way, Tab Hadhar, and it is 18 to 1 Bardos. So Adel Al Faradi on the Red Stables. Tawi Al Sahil is the market leader here. 0 from 6 so far, but there has been plenty of promise shown, and as they are down at the start here, making their way down to the start, pretty consistent individual, this Tawi Al Sahil. Doesn't necessarily have the best turn of foot, but does seem to keep galloping. And Adel Al Faradi perhaps will make plenty of use of Tawi Al Sahil here today, as they're gathering down at the start. Under the floodlights now for the remainder of the card. Just arriving down there here, Tarf Al Badar with Muhammad Al Shamari taking the ride. It did win a little while ago, but has been out of form somewhat in recent outings. Stepping up in trip today. Maybe that will bring up a little bit of improvement, a slightly livelier performance from Tarf Al Badar today. So the runners gathering down at the start with 3 minutes to post time. The spotted jacket there, that's horse number 9 Al Baha, with Abdul Rahman Wanas taking the ride, taking off the 4 kilos as well, but a very poor strike rate, 1 from 33, coming out of stall 14 Al Harbour, but I think would be a surprise winner again here today. So they're now gathering down at the 2,000-metre starting point. Muain is second in the betting here on the international markets at 7 to 2. The mount of Tariq Al Mansour will be coming out of stall number 15 at Muain, who is 0 from 10, but has run quite well in both maiden and in open company. So this mark of 65 may just underestimate him a little bit. Again, the trip is a bit of an unknown, it must be said. But other than that, plenty to like about at Muain. And what about Royal Al Kareem here? Royal Al Kareem, Abdulaziz Al Faradi on board. A little bit of an in-and-out customer, has won 2 out of 19, but both of those wins have been in the last handful of races. The draw is a negative, though, today, stall 18. Even though they've got that long back straight to run down, I think you'd have rathered Royal Al Kareem drawn a little more centre to inside. But it does stay well, has won over 2,400 metres in this grade. That was back in March. And the run 3 weeks ago when finishing 4th, it was a good effort in defeat. And Roya Al Kareem, who's just on the inside of that circle there, just having a few last-minute tack adjustments made, could be one who runs well. Rawajay likewise, similarly priced, and this one was runner-up over the course and distance. That was 3 weeks ago. £5 higher today. Never a good thing when you're risen for a defeat, but it was the way that race panned out. But this does represent a drop in grade, so maybe Rawajay can go well again here, with Farbal Timiat taking off a kilo as well, which no doubt will help. Loading up now, first few runners heading into the stalls. The stalls loading process is usually very slick and efficient. And here we're dealing with generally quite experienced horses. Still quite a few out of line here. 14 rather, about to head on in. That's Rams Alpha Cock. Nawaf Al-Mudiani taking the ride. One from 26 in his career so far. Bint Always about to head forward. There aren't too many more. Fazard is still out of line, so too Abu Hamra. They will be the last couple for this locally bred handicap, the 0 to 65 rated runners. Just about set to go, last one incoming. Lined up. And they're off, jumping away over 2,000 metres this time. And breaking out well, Rams Alpha Cock will be one of the first ones to show. Tawi Al Sahil up towards the outside is away nicely as well from that stall 13 red jacket horse in the sheepskin noseband. Also lying up handily is Mueniz in the blue headgear, who's a little bit wider out, and in the blue sleeves and cap, not too far off the pace either. Application is now coming through to take over. So Application holds the overall advantage now from Tawi Al Sahil racing in second. Much wider out is Fazat in the green and black colours, now edging across just up in front of Mueniz, and they're being followed by Sonic, who's the grey, and keeping company with that one is Rawajay as they continue their work going down the far side of the track. Modbeck is out a bit wider in the orange sleeves and cap. Working over towards the inside is Dejrana as they head now towards the end of the far straight. Bidawar is over towards the inside as well, with working out much wider on the track Al-Haf Al-Hamar as they begin the left-handed turn out of the back straight, and as they do so, it is Tawi Al Sahil and Adel Al Faradi who have now gone to the front by about 3 parts of a length from Fazat, with Sonic around the outside moving well, and still in the mix is Application, the blue sleeves. Then a little bit wider out is Mueniz, and then making some ground on the wide outside Tab Hadar from a fairway back in the yellow colours just up in behind Rawajay, but they're swinging on back into the straight and down now to the final 400 metres, and push comes to shove for Tawi Al Sahil. Sonic is the big danger down the outside. Tawi Al Sahil against the rails by a length and a half to Sonic. They are 5 lengths away from Rawajay and then Mueniz, and Tawi Al Sahil just keeps on galloping strongly here and unable to get by Sonic in second place. Seems to have been brushed aside. He's being outstayed by Tawi Al Sahil and Adel Al Faradi, who are coming home for the win. Getting very tired, Sonic is going to be pushed all the way to the line and joined on it by Mueniz, just hanging on for second. Sonic over Mueniz, and a little break back to the others. Tidy win that for Tawi Al Sahil. Tawi Al Sahil always up there and has found plenty for Adel Al Faradi, who was able to glance towards the screen to see that he was in command in the final 100 metres or so. Breeze is home for a big win over Sonic, who's just held the second off Mueniz, and through for fourth. Lasco ran home quite nicely from a fairway back. Tawi Al Sahil, though, in a time of 2 minutes 11.61 seconds, has won by a long way. Off the mark at the 7th attempt, and wins by just over 7 lengths. 7.5 lengths it was, back to Sonic. Mueniz ahead away in third, and back in fourth was Lasco, who was probably never nearer. But Tawi Al Sahil in a league of his own at the finish and takes out race 6.
يلا هنا يلا سعد هنا سعدنا وجه
الله يبارك فيك سيد. شكرا.
2,000 metres, again, the journey in front of the runners for our 7th race, an Arabian Horses Maiden. Purebred Arabians heading on down. And on the international betting, Rose Shamra is the favourite here at 9-4, with Ayman Wazit at 7-2, Al Mujafa at 9-2, Shagal Al Mori at 11-2, 7-1 Al Waid with 14-1 Afia Afbar, 16-1 Al Muntasir with Amwaj Al Baha the same price, and then at 18-1 Fahid Al Dalam and Mr. De Faust and Shibal Al Bari, Talal Guda and Wissam Alanwar. Nalinza, Sada was it, 25-1 at Bardos. Full field here, 17 of them making their way on down. And Rose Shamra, the market leader then. And Rose Shamra, with Ricardo Souza Ferreira seeking a treble on the day, has had the one run so far. That was when finishing third over 1,600 metres around here last month. Up in trip today, which, if anything, should be a bit of a plus. It's not the strongest of races, and obviously with it being a maiden, it does give the suggestion here, and correctly so here, that there isn't a great deal of racecourse experience to actually go on. In the checks there, that's Nalinza. Ahmad Al-Jirifani on board has had the 3 runs to date. It did actually shape a little bit better last time out, finished 5th. But whether or not she's worth the rating of 76, I think is still open to debate. There's the 8, Al Waid. Naif Al Anazi looking for a double on the card. Gets the best of the draw here in stall 1, but you'd still rather them have a little bit of experience if they're racing from that stall, because stall 1 can obviously turn into a pretty bad draw if they're slow away, and this one is on debut today. Al Muntazir, another one who is having first start on a racecourse. Fahad Al Dalam as well, also on debut. Wissam Alanwar with Abdullah Al Humidi also having a first racecourse outing today. So there are a few newcomers as they're gathering down at the start. What about Al Mujafa here, horse number 2, Alexis Marino on board. Not from 2 so far, but hasn't been beaten a million miles in either run so far, and although the trip is a little bit of an unknown, has got a highly talented rider on board in the shape of Alexis Marino, and could run well here, Al Mujafa. As I say, there has been a degree of promise shown in both of those runs to date. Lucas Gaitan here has a Afir Athbar. I often respect Lucas's runners in these sorts of races. Afir Athbar currently in at 14-1. Has had 4 goes. And interestingly, the Lucas Gaitan outfit also have Al Mujafa here, who carries the black cap, horse number 2. So we'll see which one of those comes out on top. Alexis Marino on board Al Mujafa, and Azil Al Zahani taking the ride on Afir Athbar as they're about to load the stalls here. Less than a minute to post time for this Arabian Horse Maiden. Mr. De Faust out the back there. Meshal Al Mazid taking the ride on this one. 0 from 3 so far, and actually pulled up last time out. Well, I say pulled up. By all accounts, took a tumble, so that was when racing over 1,200 metres here. So hopefully that experience now will be a distant memory. Much longer trip today for Mr. De Faust, but another at a big price on the international betting, as Fahad Al Dalam, Bukrin Al Tamimi just jumping off this newcomer in the centre of the circle. A few last minute adjustments being made as they shortly will be loading the stalls. And Rose Shamra quite strong up at the head of that international betting market. At 5-2, Ricardo Souza Ferreira. We were saying earlier on, he's riding some winners of late. Already had a double on today's Thursday programme, so a fine start to the week for Ricardo. Very talented rider. And a nice book of rides here today as well. And as I say, 2 winners already on the board. And favourite to land a third here. Loading up then. Just wondering what they're doing here with the 6-dog Fahad Aldalam. Is it a spread plate, I wonder, because it's not a tack adjustment. And all of the others are loading up, so maybe Fahad Aldalam. Participation may be in a bit of doubt here. All of the others are pretty much in line, and if they continue to load up and they're all waiting, they're certainly not going to change a shoe. Maybe it's just a case of the shoe being removed. Looks like Fahad Aldalam is going to load forward here. Stall 12 we're looking at here. Just circling out the back. Still not sure. All of the others are in line. As I say, they can remove the shoe and the horse can run without one. That would be a lot quicker a solution. Maybe just spread a plate down at the start, but as I say, I doubt they're going to get the farrier to actually change the shoe, because that will take a good few minutes and all of the others are in line and waiting. So it wouldn't necessarily be the right thing to do, but there's clearly a little bit of talking going on. Mukrin Al-Tamimi, the jockey, just looking across. So still we wait here. And obviously for those in line, it almost becomes a little bit unfair, because some of them now already have been in the stalls for a good couple of minutes. And still we wait on news on this Fahad Aldalam, who's just lingering out the back. So a very long hold here. Now, what's going to happen? Flags are going up. They run without Fahad Aldalam. Often Racing, Fahad Aldalam withdrawn at the start, so brings us down to a field of 16. And as they break away, one of the first ones to show, Shibal Al-Bari, is one of the first ones to lead up, with Sama Alarin also handy. And close up as well as they sort themselves out is Al Mujafa, and out a bit wider on the track is Rose Shamra in the light green coloured jacket, horse in the sheepskin noseband, as they continue their work going down the far side. Shagal Al Mori is in the blue colours, a little wider out of that one with Afir Afbar, and widest of all is Amwaj Al Baha, the grey, as they make the hook up with the course proper, and they're galloping on now towards the midway point over in the back straight. The 14 has it. This Rose Shamra has picked up the lead now from Shagal Al Mori up around the outside. Deeper still is Afir Afbar, and then Al Woid is over towards the inside. Still competitive as well is Shibal Al-Bari, although just beginning to lose a length or two as they make their journey on towards the end of the back. Amwaj Al-Baha is on the very wide outside, with Al Mujafa chasing next, and then a few lengths away to Satwat Al-Hazam as they begin the left-handed run now out of the far straight. Now Linza is following those, with Sada Wazit up around the outside, but they're galloping back towards the entrance for the home straight, and up front Lucas Gaitan's Afir Afbar up around the outside, travelling strongly, moving away now a length clear from in second position Shagal Al Mori, and they're being followed by Al Mujafa, also beginning to creep up into it as they make the run back towards the entrance to the home straight. The grey Amwaj Al-Baha up around the outside, and now coming through very strongly here is Ayman Wazit under Nawaf Al-Mudiani. The black cap has gone into second place and is off after Afir Afbar. It is Afir Afbar, the far side, who leads, still just over a length ahead. Now coming home very strongly, Mr. De Faust down the wide outside. This was the horse who took a tumble on his latest outing. That clearly a distant memory. He's really thundering home now, Mr. De Faust under Meshal Al-Mazid, and is picking up Afir Afbar in the closing stages. Afir Afbar is joined, passed and beaten by Mr. De Faust, who's right back on song. The step-up in trip was a good move. Mr. De Faust beating Athia Athbar. Eamon was it, and a little break to the 4th. Oh, good to see. Mr. De Faust has gone on to win. He took a spill here the last day, but has clearly got over that experience, that unfortunate experience, and today has run home really strongly and has proved that the 2,000-metre trip has really suited that effort when coming down last time out was over the 1,200-metre trip. This is a nice performance, tidy win. Gets the better of Athia Athbar, who's put up a bold show, and Eamon was it as well, who looked the likely winner, I thought, at one point, but Mr. De Faust has outstayed them, and in a time of 2 minutes 24.86 seconds, has won by 2 lengths over Athia Athbar in second. Eamon was it back in third, and Amwaj Al-Baha a further length away in fourth. Mr. De Faust then gets it right at the 4th time of asking and bounces right back after that unfortunate spill last time.
حد يلا عافيك لاحظت زين ان شاء الله ثانية دقيقة
Back across we go for the 8th race on the card. Runners are gathering down at the post. Racing over 1,800 metres this time for a locally bred fillies and mares open. And some pretty familiar names here, the likes of Corbar, who on the international betting market is the 15-8 favourite, with Anna Kaleja at 3-1, Oblique at 5-1, as they're gathering down at the start. Kashifar at 11-2, Naflatham at 10-1, Red Altabasha at 11s, Hadaba at 14s with Hua Najid, Minbaria at 16-1 with Nayara, 22-1 at bar those. So they're gathering down at the start. And Corbar, I like Corbar. She's just a nice mare who runs a race more often than not. Partnered here by Adel Alpha Radio. I think he's got a good ride here on Corbar, who looks to have plenty in favour. Horse number 7, a 6 times winner, and ran 4th in Cup company last time out. She's a good mare, and Corbar can go well here from stall 6, which is a really nice place to run from as well. There's the 10 going through shot. That's Naflatham. Camilo Ospina taking the ride. A filly who's 2 from 16. And will be coming out of stall number 3. Has won over track and trip before. That was a good second last time out in a 19-runner field. And if that sort of effort is produced, it should be going pretty well. So the runners circling down at the 1,800-metre starting point. And a Kaleja there with the white streak down her face, just going through shot, and the mount of Khalid Al-Mamoni, who looks for a double on the card here today. And you'll see the red cap there worn by Rayan Al-Tuesh, who partners at number 6 Motawathabar, who is another White Stable representative here. White Stable have Naflatham as well. Now, this is a strange one because we were saying earlier on, of course, that it's usually the higher up the race card the horse is, the more primary set of colours, the first set of colours, is worn. But that's not to be the case here. And Naflatham's jockey sporting the green cap, and Montawathabar's jockey carrying the second set of the silks. So that's a bit of an anomaly to the rule that we are used to, as they are continuing to circle. They'll be going forward shortly for this open contest. 120,000 Saudi Riyals in Wynnum Place prize money. As we were saying there, the red cap worn by Rayan Al-Tuesh on Motawathabar. Corbar at 2-1 in the international betting here, so pretty solid, it must be said. And she's just about to go forward under Adel Al-Faradi, who now looks for a double on the day. So they are heading in. Corbar, who wears a blue noseband. Lots of the horses here race in some form of headgear across in Riyadh. So the field continuing to head into the stalls here, and as they do so, 7-horse Corbar now with a blindfold on for stalls entry, just looking a little bit, not reluctant necessarily, but just having a think about things. 10 going nice and calmly here. Naflatham, Camilo Ospina taking the ride on this one. 2 from 16 in the career so far. Well berthed here in stall number 3. As I say, has previously won over this track and trip. Just 2 from 16 in the career so far. Still haven't got Corbar in yet, but they continue to persevere. The 13 in the same set of silks as well, actually. Those of owner Abdul Rahman Abdullah Al Makdou, but jockey wearing the blue cap now, Afam Budiani on for Najid. So I think Korbar now has gone forward. And there in shot is the 5. That's Minbar Ria. Tariq Al Mansour will be coming out of stall number 15. This is actually a last time out winner. That was a second win from 22 career starts, but the win came over 2,400 metres, so coming back down 600 metres, so 3 furlongs more or less, but does stay particularly well. I think we'll want them to go a right old gallop here. And Anna Kaleja still to head into line, and Hadaba out of line as well. Not too many more, though, for this locally bred fillies and mares open. Good heat, this. We're down to the final few to load up. Cashafar is out of line as well. Ricardo Souza Ferreira seeking his third winner on the card. And we are now down to final handful of runners to slot into the starting stalls. Nafladam out of line, so too Anna Kaleja and also Hadaba. They will be the final couple, and then we'll be set to go for this 8th race on the card. Best of luck if you're playing here. Last 2 going in. 1,800 metres then. They're off and racing, and Korbar breaks out well. With up along the inside for company, Riyadh Altabasha in the early stages, and then on the outside, Kashafar now coming through in the red colours to head them all off. Kashafar now leading. Anna Kaleja not too far off the pace either, with Nayara a little wider out on the track in the blue colours, racing just in front of Oblique, and Minbaria on the wide outside is following those. Hadaba at the moment is in the second half of the field, so too is Shapra Almiad as they continue their run going down the back straight. Motawathabar, another one who's right towards the back end of the field, and also Nafladam, that one last of all, as crossing over to the inside now. Oblique under Ayad Al-Tarisi has come through to take it up. From in second place, Kashafar as the leader just try to steady things down a tad there. Up around the outside is Nayara in the blue colours, then Korbar in the blue noseband, and Riyadh Altabasha over towards the inside as they make the left-handed turn out of the back straight. Oblique in front here by a neck. Over in second position, Kashafar, and then moving up to make it a line of 3, Nayara, with Korbar now off the bridle back in at 4th position as they're on the home turn. Galloping now back towards the final 600. On the outside, Mimbaria is trying to make an effort, and the others now with work to do, being headed off by Anna Kaleja, but swinging on in. It is Oblique over to the inside, prominent throughout, leads by 3 parts of a length it down the home run. Kashafar in second is at the moment unable to get past. Anna Kaleja switches to the inside rails and is staying on well. Flattening out a bit in behind those is Nayara. Korbar coming back for more down the centre of the track, and then Minbaria. They're into the closing stages. Oblique in front but getting tired. Here's Anna Kaleja with the final challenge. Anna Kaleja starting to get up under Khalid Al-Mamoni, who registers a double on the day. War down Oblique with Korbar back in third and Minbaria in fourth. Anna Kaleja it is who's gone on to win the race, and this one, who was on a real roll earlier on in the year, has got a fine strike rate, it must be said. She's now 5 from 7 in her career. 2 defeats for actually the last 2 races, but she's done that nicely and had to sort of weave a passage through, switch to the inside, just over a furlong from home, and in the end has come home down the outside here. Looks like a builder's helmet, that, doesn't it, for Khalid Al-Mamoni on the winner Anna Kaleja, but has done it well and wears down Oblique, who was beaten a length and a quarter in the end. Korbar has run her usual game race. She was back in third. Minbaria best of the rest in fourth. Distance between the first and second, 1 1/4 lengths, and Anna Kaleja clocking a time of 1 minute 57.43 seconds. Lands our 8th race.
الحمد لله الحمد لله.
Our ninth race to be run over 1,600 metres is a locally bred fillies maiden contest, and runners are gathering down at the start. Now, number 17 is now a non-runner, in addition to the four reserves, 21, 22, 23 and 24. So it leaves us with a field of 19. Another sizable field here, and favourite on the international betting is Gosan Al Mukhtar, who's in at 13-8 with Al Salah at 5-2, Etanat at 4-1 with Rabea at 12s, Jadlana at 14s with Al Muzan Lawn at 16-1, the same price as Broyanda, and also Darwir with Hadarir at 16-1 as well, and also Karaim 20-1 Hayamir and La Edem Teak, and also Lel Sekba Alia 25-1 bar those. So they are gathering down at the start, and as we say, Gosan Al Mokhtara, Ricardo Souza Ferreira seeking a treble on the day. And this son of Teletext gets the best of the draw here in stall 1 as well. Is on debut, so it could work two ways, couldn't it? But given who he represents, likely to be readied for this first outing, and certainly rates an interesting proposition here with Al Sahala second in at 5-2. This one has got experience, and Adel Al Faradi taking the ride has had 5 runs so far and has finished runner-up on no less than 3 previous occasions. So must be going well here, you'd imagine, from stall 8 as well, which is not a bad place to be. Al Sahala likely to have supporters. And Etanat, who comes here having had the one run, that was when 5th of 19 on debut over this track and trip a fortnight ago, and granted a little bit of improvement, may well be able to go even closer today, as the field are at the start and they'll be loading up shortly. Still just over 2 minutes to post time, and very often in these races you're sort of looking for white stable or red stable representatives, and well, here we have this Gosan Al Mokhtara for Prince Faisal bin Khalid bin Abdulaziz. This one trained by Sultan bin Jalal. And as I say, Ricardo Ferreira seeking a third winner on the card here today. So lots to like about the claims of Gosan Al Mokhtara, who bids to make a winning debut. And there aren't too many debutants in the lineup here. Gosan Al Mokhtara is one of those. Hadharia is another. Also, Jadlana having a first racecourse outing today. Stall 18 for that one. That's far from ideal. And Rabea as well, who's coming out of stall number 10. They are the newcomers. So 4 newcomers here, taking on more experienced opposition. 2-year-olds then, down at the start. And very soon they will be loading up. There's the one, that's Jcsa, who's partnered by Farm Altimiad, has had 4 starts so far, but down the field pretty much in each of them, so needs a bit more. Zinat Al Refar, the bottom one with Yusuf Al Hussein on board, 0 from 1 so far, finished well beaten on the racecourse introduction last time. And the loading up about to commence here for this locally bred fillies maiden, just lingering out the back a little bit here, Darwir, with Louis Morales, hopefully going to be getting back on board shortly. There's the 12-in shot, that's Karaim, the mount of Mohammed Al Hubail. Ran 9th on debut, did this one last time out. Stall 16 to contend with here. Now they're just trotting Darwir up and down here, so hopefully all is okay. I don't know whether she spread a plate on the way down to the start. It looked like they were just checking a shoe, and maybe they removed it and are now just trotting her up and down to make sure she's okay with that. But she is away from the other runners at present, as they're loading into the stalls here. Darwir due to be heading forward into stall number 6, so we'll keep our eye on stall number 6. Still a handful of other runners out of line as well. Al Sahala is one of those. Gosan Al Mokhtara is another of them. You can't help but to admire the efficiency of the starting processes here in Riyadh, Whether they're 2-year-olds or more experienced horses who've been on the go for years, they are fantastic loading procedures and they get the horses in very quickly. I don't think Dolby is going to be running here. Stall 6 is still vacant. All of the others have gone in, and indeed the flags have now been raised. So we are set to go, and they're off. They go without number 5, Darwia, who was withdrawn at the start, and breaking out well. One of the first ones to show, Al Sahala, putting that previous experience to good use here, and shows just ahead with up towards the outside, racing prominently as well. Karaim in the early stages now crossing over, and also handy is Hayamia in the orange and black colours, with tucking in behind those the newcomer Goson Al Magtara. And they're being followed by Leselbek Alia, who's not too far away in the gold jacket, moving a little bit closer. As they make the journey down the back is La Adem Teak, and then over towards the inside is a Sasa as they leave the back straight behind them, and Etanat as well. But on the home turn, Hayamir in front by about a neck now. Over in second position, Al Sahala, and they're a length or so in front of Karaim, who races around the outside of Goson Al Magtara, who's now just being nudged at. And then a little bit wider out on the track is Lemon Tree, the grey, who's trying hard to pick up as they're making the run back towards home. Broyander in a maroon coloured jacket up into around about 4th or 5th now. Around the outside is catching the eye, but Al Sahala and Adel Al Faradi have kicked for the judge, and they lead inside the 400 by some 2.5 lengths over the newcomer Goson Al Moghtara, Ricardo Ferreira, and they're getting closer here down the outside. Broyander now running on wider still, is through into 3rd place, and a Sasa staying on with the white headgear down the middle of the track, but it's Goson Al Moghtara who's taken it up well inside the final furlong and really pounds on towards the winning post to secure Ricardo Souza Ferreira with a treble on the day. Goson Al Moghtara a winning start, with up for second a Sasa, and they were chased home by Al Sahala, who made a bold bid, and Broyander, who's run a nice race. Goson Al Moghtara looks to hold a little bit of class there and has gone on to make a successful debut under the man in form, Ricardo Ferreira. That's his 3rd winner of the day. It is Goson Al Moghtara in a time of 1 minute 45.78 seconds. Gets the better of a Sasa, who's run much better today, beaten 5 lengths into the runners-up spot. Al Sahala back in 3rd, maybe a bit of a benchmark for the form. And Broyander, best of the remainder, a further neck behind in 4th place. Nice performance this by Goson Al Moghtara, seemed to know her job and has won it pretty easily in the end.
هنا يلا 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 لا خلاص خلاص بس كده وقف
Thank you. Me no seat like this.
Runners now heading on down for race 10. This is for winners of up to 2 races so far, and again a sizable field here. Number 16 is a non-runner, and 3 of the reserves are as well, 22, 23 and 24. So we have a full-size field of 20, and reserve number 21 Nestor gets a run here, and will be running from stall number 13, which was where the 16 horse was meant to be. They're on their way to post, racing over 1,600 metres on this occasion, and it looks again quite an open-looking heat. On the international betting market, Eben Shaddad is the 7-4 favourite, Murhi at 7-2, Mitol Boy at 4-1, Wafi at 11-2, Junior Audible at 10-1, the same price as Sinan. Bizstar at 11-1, Sodius at 18-1, the same price as Blehan and Zainab, 20-1 Alkimar, and it is 25-1 bar those, as the runners are making their way on down, just less than a mile then the journey in front of them here, and we're around about 3 minutes from post time. And Eben Shaddad, who represents the red stable, Adel Al-Faradi taking the ride, and this horse has won 1 from 10 so far. And Eben Shaddad, formerly trained over in the United Kingdom when in the care of both John and Thady Gosden prior to moving to these powerful local connections, but has been almost exclusively kept to turf here, and the 1 run on dirt resulted in a pretty hefty defeat, it must be said. So it'll be interesting to see another go here on the dirt, how Eben Shaddad gets on. But there's no doubting here, being the highest rated as well, that this one has strong claims. Just needs to sort of show that better form on this synthetic surface as runners are at the post. Murhi second in here and looks to hold a chance as well, son of Arrogate, and Nawaf Al-Mudiani taking the ride. The draw for Murhi, possibly a little bit of a negative here in 16, out on the wing a bit, but scored at Taif, that was back in August, but in 2 subsequent outings doesn't look to have necessarily gone forward, and it might just be that Murhi needs to bounce back here. Now, the 7 horse Al Sultan, the mount of Naif Al Anazi, was a winner some 4 outings ago. Naif looking for a double on today's card, will be coming out of stall 3, as Mitol Boy is currently joint 2nd favourite on that international market, and this is horse number 9, the mount of Mohammed Al Yami, who takes off a couple of kilos as well, and got the win, 10th time lucky, when winning in a maiden race over Track and Trip last month, and you wouldn't rule out a bold showing here in this follow-up bid. Stall 12 for the Psalm Stable runner Mitol Boy to go from, but that's not necessarily the end of the world, and could run a nice race here. So we're around about 90 seconds or so away from post time for this race for horses who have won up to 2 races so far. They're in shot, the yellow epaulets on green. That's Radad Fawaz Al-Shamari taking the ride. This one drawn wide, though, in stall number 18. And recent form not overly compelling, it must be said, so more to do for that one. Just going through shot as well is Ajra Juge, with Abdullah Al-Credis taking the ride, but 4 duck eggs from as many starts next to this one's name needs plenty more, I think it's fair to say. Loading up process then underway for this 10th race. Slightly shorter gap into this race from that latest race, and got again a 25-minute gap between this race and the next one, and then a half-an-hour gap between that and the last, which has attracted by far and away the smallest field of the day, just a handful of runners in the closer. But a nice day's racing here, and we've seen 1 or 2 nice horses. They're in shot. Sakar, who's got some fairly unusual white markings on his face, but quite a sweet-looking individual. Eddie Castro taking the ride for trainer Abdullah Al-Monif. And 0 from 17, can Sakar make it 18th time lucky, I wonder. There's Nestor, the reserve, who's managed to get a run here. Sultan Al-Mamoni on board, taking off the 2 kilos. Will be one of the last to go in, along with the Red Stable's favourite here, Ebin Shaddad, with Adal Al Faradi in the plate. Last couple then heading in, and then we'll be set to go for this 10th of the day. Best of luck, and they're all in the stalls. Lined up. Flags are up. Quickly dropped again. Maybe a small issue here, stall 5, but we're ready and they're off. They jump away, and as they get going, one who was quite slow in braking, Rayma Al Saudi from stall 15, just dwelled somewhat. But Ebin Shaddad, race favourite, is straight on into the lead through the first furlong, and it shows up ahead with prominent as well Sinan. That one is over towards the inside, Wafi along the inside as well. Not too far off the pace in these early stages as they make the journey going down the side of the track is Ajra Juge, the maroon and yellow colours, and positioned a little wider out is the grey horse Murhi, being followed by Biz Star, and up towards the very wide outside Blayhan is also fairly well to the fore, and also Frost and Freeze as they now prepare to turn left-handed out of the back straight. Ebin Shaddad has the lead, 3/4 of a length in front over Blayhan in second, with back in behind them towards the inside Sinan, and out a little bit wider Frost and Freeze in the black jacket as they're making the run back towards home, with following those up around the outside Junior Audible trying hard to get a bit closer, and the rest being headed off by Biz Star, and then trying to make up some ground is Zainab. They're on the home turn. Ebin Shaddad will straighten up with a 1-length advantage, but Blayhan is now attacking. The horse in the sheepskin noseband looks a danger. So too Frost and Freeze down the outside, and up along the inner Sinan, but holding them off at the moment is Ebin Shaddad. Ebin Shaddad, but now Blayhan, a real thorn in Ebin Shaddad's side. Blayhan comes narrowly to the front from on the far side. Ebin Shaddad, Frost and Freeze keeping to it out wide. Coming close home, it's Blayhan. It's going to be Ricardo Ferreira. Once again, 4-timer. Goes the way of Blayhan. Wore down Ebin Shaddad with close up in behind them. Sinan over towards the inside. Frost and Freeze out wide. Oh, you can't stop Ricardo today. Blayhan, a 4-timer for Ricardo Souza Ferreira. And he had to be at his strongest there to wear down the gallant Ebin Shaddad, who's run well, but has just weakened in the final 100 yards. But that was a mighty run there, prominent all the way, and was very brave in defeat. Frost and Freeze and Sinan the next two home, but Blayhan in a time of 1 minute 43.24 seconds gets the better of Ebin Shaddad by 3/4 of a length. Sinan in third, and Frost and Freeze ran nicely in fourth place. This Thursday at Riyadh has been absolutely dominated by one man in the saddle, and that one man's name, Ricardo Souza Ferreira.
No chance come 7, 8. They
Like
might.
this. I see.
Easy. Go, but control, you know? Thank you.
Runners now gathering down at the start for our 11th race. This is a locally bred horses maiden contest, and to be run over the distance of 1,600 metres. The non-runners here are 19, 21, 23 and 24. It means that number 22, Practical, gets a run here as the field have gathered down at the start. Now Mudiani has been booked for the ride on Practical. So the field now behind the starting stalls. Favourite on the international betting market is Mustamzik, who's in at 5-2. This one representing the white stable. Camille Ospina is taking the ride on this son of Frozen Power. And this one's just had the one start so far. Did finish down at the field, it must be said, but there was clearly a little bit of expectation in the market that day as well, and goes up in trip from the 1,200 metre trip to 1,600 metres for today's run. So Mustamzik is definitely one of interest, but no doubt that the 8-horse here, Cat Al Hayya, is also going to be of interest. Now, this is a newcomer, but is partnered by Ricardo Souza Ferreira, who's looking for winner number 5 here today, having a really incredible Thursday, it must be said. And Cat Al Hayya, unraced by Mucho Gusto out of a US-bred mare, but I say it would take some performance, I think, here to win from stall 20, but you couldn't rule it out, and the stable are known for readying first-time out runners. So Cat Al Hayya, stall 20 to contend with. There is Cat Al Hayya, Prince Faisal's runner, in shot. The draw is the negative, but the jockey is a huge plus, and likely to show up prominently, I'd imagine, here, if readied for this debut outing. And now of the others, Alfrindad, horse number 3, Azil Al-Zahani taking the ride on this one, has had the 2 runs so far, but definitely learned from that first run to the second. There was notable improvement, and we'll see how Alfrindad gets on here. I think on form has to be there or thereabouts, possibly vulnerable to a likely improver. I must say that the 12-horse Mustamzik does look particularly well down at the start. Really like him, and it could be a white stable, red stable clash here, couldn't it, as they continue to mill round down at the start. They'll be heading forward shortly. 14 horse there at the back. That's Riyadh Al Saham with Abdul Rahman Mashur taking the ride. This one was down the field on debut last time. Again, just taking a check on the newcomers in the lineup here. Ala Alaez, number 2 on the card, first time out runner, runs from stall 18. Hafrawi as well is on debut today. Mohammed Alubail taking the ride, that one from stall 16. Cat Al Hayya, who we've touched on, another wide racer here from stall 20. Makaf Tarawake is also on at first start today. Tariq Al Mansour takes the ride. This one will be coming out of stall number 11. Mustamzik, that one's had a run. Just checking for other newcomers. Yeah, that's just about it with regards newcomers. So we've got 4 of them. And yeah, looking at their stalls, they're all drawn pretty high here. Makaf Tuaik doing best of those, drawn down the middle in stall number 11. They're in the spotted jacket. That's Alfrindad, who, as we were saying, has had the 2 runs so far. That was a good effort, a better effort last time out. I think came on quite a bit for that first debut outing. The runners now heading into the starting stalls. Loading up processes. Hasn't mattered what sort of race, whether it's been a maiden or a handicap, more open contests, they have all been super efficient throughout the course of the day. These horses are particularly well trained at the stalls, it would seem. There's the 14, that's Riyadh Al Saham with Abdul Rahman Mashur taking the ride, about to pop on into stall 15. And we're well through loading here. So Ricardo Souza Ferreira looking for the 5-timer here. He's on Cat Al Hayya, coming out of stall number 20, but perhaps Mustamzik, who's out of stall 9 to beat, still to go forward as well. And Camille Ospina on board. Really good looking horse, this son of Frozen Power. And he looks to take a step forward from his debut, where there was clearly quite a bit of expectation as well. They're 3-1 joints now in the international race betting, and the last of the runners to go forward will be Saldan, and then we'll be set to go for this locally bred horses maiden contest, the penultimate on today's card in Riyadh. Oh, one more out of line. Practical as well. Practical about to head on in, and we are just about ready to go. Lined up then, 1600 metres. Starter holds the field here. Expect a white flag to go up first. That's, I think, to indicate that the guy down at the stalls is satisfied, and then the starter raises the red flag to give the race the go-ahead. Practical Nawaf Al-Mudiani. This is the reserve who's got in, about to take up position in the stalls. Goes into the outside stall here that the 19 horse would have taken. But we are just about set now. There we are. White flag goes up, as does the red one, and they're off and racing. Quite an awkward beginning for Riyadh Al-Saham in an orange-coloured jacket, well back in the field. And look at Ricardo Souza Ferreira going here on Cat Al Hayya. Crosses over from stall 20. That's a really efficient start. Might now just try and slow things down a little bit to just mitigate the effort there to get across, but shows up ahead by a couple of lengths over Mustamzik, also well placed, the green cap just up in behind Al Frindad, and over towards the inside is Al Homi, the yellow headgear, and also well to the fore as they make the journey going down the back straight is Hafwawi, that one up towards the outside, and they're now about to turn left-handed, and it's a three-length lead here for Cat Al Hayya. Cat Al Hayya then to in second position Al Frindad as they're on the home turn. Al Homi racing in third, and then a little bit wider out on the track as they're racing back towards the entrance to the home straight. Practical now moving up in that black and orange coloured jacket. Off the bridle, Mustamzik in behind them isn't going anywhere fast. Marsus is trying to make some late ground up, but they're on the home turn and many of them are already toiling. Now the main danger at the moment to Cat Al Hayya looks to be Al Frindad. Al Frindad is closing the gap. A furlong and a half left to go. Ferreira shakes the reins at Cat Al Freya, still about a length in front, but Al Frindad is pressing strongly. Staying on a little bit now, Mustamzik, the green cap down the outside, and also Minkash is running home well too in that grey coloured jacket. Good battle though to the line. Al Frindad and Cat Al Hayya. Cat Al Hayya maybe just headed now by Al Frindad. There's not much in it. Getting to them in third is Minkash. Coming close home, it's Al Frindad for the win. Al Frindad got the better of Cat Al Hayya, who was joined on the line by the staying on Minkash towards the outside, and a little break off those to the others. Running not too badly, Mustamzik in the end, but it's gone to Al Frindad and Azil Al-Zahani, just lowering Ricardo Ferreira's colours there for the first time today. It was a good battle, wasn't it, between them, and Al Frindad in a time of 1 minute 45.52 seconds gets up to strike and is off the mark at the third time of asking. Cat Al Hayya has held on for second, ahead back to the staying on Minkash, who's run a nice race in third. And I think we'll find that through for fourth was Mustamzik, who seemed to get a little bit outpaced, but then ran on quite nicely in the closing stages. And there'll be more to come from Mustamzik. He's a beautiful looker, back in fourth place, I think, today. Just waiting for that to pop up on the screen. But it's Al Frindad and Azil Al-Zahani who've gone on to land the penultimate race on the card. Mustamzik confirmed as fourth. Al Frindad home in front. There's one more race to come.
الله يبارك فيك. الحمد لله.
Our final race of the day is an Arabian desert bred open contest, a race for purebred Arabians. And this is an Al Khalidiyya fest. We have Degam Al Khalidiyya taking on Suwaiti Khalid Al Khalidiyya, Maha Al Khalidiyya, Radar Al Khalidiyya, and Tuhamiat Al Khalidiyya, all taking one another on. 5 runners, and they are slowly making their way down to the start. Now, on the international betting market, Maha Al Khalidiyya, horse number 3, is the favourite and is in at 6-5. Adel Al Faradi taking the ride on this one, with Suwaiti Khalid Al Khalidiyya at 5-2, Radar Al Khalidiyya at 3-1, Degam Al Khalidiyya at 7s, and Tuhamiat Al Khalidiyya at 20-1 is the outsider. 4 of them greys, not Tuhamiat Al Khalidiyya though, and 3 of them mares here: Maha Al Khalidiyya, Radar Al Khalidiyya, and Tuhamiat Al Khalidiyya. Maha Al Khalidiyya then up at the head of the betting. 9 victories from 17 outings, and has got 5 course and distance wins next to her name. Ran 4th at Taif when last seen in September, but likely to, off the back of a little break, been freshened up and can go well here. But there are dangers. Trappy little affair. Suwaiti Khalid Al Khalidiyya for the Al Khalidiyya stables as well, who are responsible for this one, and also Maha Al Khalidiyya, just to bear that in mind. Tariq Al Mansour taking the ride on Suwaiti Khalid Al Khalidiyya, who is a classy horse, an 8 times winner, has got course and distance form, but ran 9th here last week in a handicap, and might just have to take a bit of a step forward in order to make a big impact in this particular contest. It's been a great day for jockey Ricardo Souza Ferreira. He partners Radar Al Khalidiyya, who's the red stable runner, as he seeks a 5th winner of the day. A 3 times winner, Radar Al Khalidiyya, unexposed compared to 1 or 2 of these, but it's fair to say that her runs so far this term haven't been completely inspiring. Degam Al Khalidiyya, a 7-1 chance, finished off quite nicely to run 4th in an open race over 1,200 metres last time. Steps up in grade today, and Tuhamiat Al Khalidiyya, the big outsider, at 20-1. 2 victories from 45 outings, but has the lowest official rating in the field, and really would be a surprise if Tuhamiat Al Khalidiyya was good enough to even get competitive in this race, let alone win. But you never know. Stranger things have happened, and the runner's now down at the start with around about 2 minutes to post time for this Arabian desert bred open contest. And not very often do we see fields as small as this one, but just the 5 of them, and they are now down at the start. So Maha Al Khalidiyya at 6-5, the favourite here, with Adel Al Faradi taking the ride. Will be coming out of stall number 4 as they are down at the start. And Radar Al Khalidiyya for the red stable, likely to have fans here, will be coming out of stall number 3 as they are at the post and circling. Just blindfolded here for stall's entry there. Look like Suwaiti Khalid Al Khalidiyya, Tariq Al Mansour taking the ride. A big thank you for joining us, by the way, on this English-speaking channel covering the Riyadh racing today. Hope you've enjoyed the coverage. We'll be back tomorrow and Saturday, same time, same place. Again, 12 race cards to look forward to. And some classy stuff over the weekend as well, as we build towards the Saudi Cup meeting. Still a month or so to go, but it's not getting too far away, is it now? And likely that the race is really going to be getting very exciting over the coming weeks. And for our final race, they are about to head into the stalls, so not going to be too much longer now for this closing race. Will it be a tactical affair, I wonder? 3 about to go in. Maha Al Khalidiyya to stall number 4, 1 of 2 here for the Al Khalidiyya stables. They go in the famous white with a black chevron. Black cap for Suwaiti Khalid Al Khalidiyya, white cap for Maha Al Khalidiyya. You'll be sick of hearing Al Khaladir, I'm sure, by the end of this race. There'll be a lot of mentions, and a lot of these purebred Arabians have Al Khaladir in the name, but to have all five with it in name, all five participants in any one race, probably a little bit of a rarity. Usually get one or two which are not Al Khaladir associated. Last couple heading on forward here. And best of luck. We might give the numbers out in commentary as well, just to try and distinguish between all of the Al Khaladir's here. Try and make it as easy as possible, even though we have the five. This is the one horse, Degam Al Khaladir, with the assistance of a handful of the excellent stalls team over in Riyadh. Heading forward towards stall number one, right along the inside, to complete the five-runner lineup for our closing event. The Arabian Desert Bred Open, race 12, they stand, and they're off. Jumping away, and Suwaiti Khalid Al Khaladir, number two, begins brightly here from along the inside. Degam Al Khaladir in that red number one number cloth. But red jacket, the four, Radar Al Khaladir, is in third, and then follows the three, Maha Al Khaladir, and out a bit wider to Hamiyat Al Khaladir, number five, the big outsider. And three of them racing down the centre, one right along the inside and one keeping wide out on the track. And looking across here, Tariq Al Mansour on the leader, Suwaiti Khalid Al Khaladir, horse number two, bounding away with a couple of lengths in hand over the four, Radar Al Khaladir, under the five-timer seeking Ricardo Souza Ferreira. Then the one, Degam Al Khaladir, Fahad Al Faradi in the black jacket, over towards the inside. Maha Al Khaladir, race favourite, a little bit wider out under jockey Adel Al Faradi, who's just starting to niggle away, and out a bit wider to Hamiyat Al Khaladir with Azil Al Zahani. They're on the home turn. Another look behind there from Tariq on the leader, Suwaiti Khalid Al Khaladir, but coming back to them now as the five are almost in line. Certainly off the bridle now is Maha Al Khaladir. Might even be getting relegated to last spot briefly. Needs to pick up here. As the whip is drawn, they're galloping back towards the straight. Suwaiti Khalid Al Khaladir leads from Degam Al Khaladir, who now throws down the first challenge. Then a little wider of them is Radar Al Khaladir, who needs a gear change, as does Maha Al Khaladir. And then to Hamiyat Al Khaladir at the back. Inside the final 200 metres they go. Degam Al Khaladir, horse number one, down the near side from Suwaiti Khalid Al Khaladir, number two, who's scrapping away towards the inside. But the one horse looks to have the measure of the two, and coming close home, it's going to be Degam Al Khaladir and Fahad Al Faradi for something of a surprise in the last. Beat Suwaiti Al Khaladir, who's home in second. Radar Al Khaladir was back in third. Bit disappointing, Maha Al Khaladir, and then the outsider to Hamiyat Al Khaladir at the back. Degam Al Khaladir scores in the finale, a third career success, and has gone off at a fairly big price there on the international betting market. Wins in a time of 1 minute 52.84 seconds at the expense of Suwaiti Khalid Al Khaladir, who's been beaten some 2.5 lengths in the end. Radar Al Khaladir was back in third, and Maha Al Khaladir, you'd have to say, was something of a disappointment today. Has run home in fourth, but no better than that. Never really looked like winning. The Arabian Desert Bred Open, our final race of the day, goes to Fahad Al Faradi in the Hathbar stable with Degam Al Khaladir.
ايوه انا بيه ما
وجهك حلو مبروك.
خلي بس
الله يبارك فيك. الحمد لله. الحمد لله.